Это субботний стримчик. Сразу же быстрая проверка, максимально быстрая, чтобы я нашел самую древнюю игру про Дикий Запад. Смотрится бомбезно. Субботний стримчик. Сразу же быстрая проверка. Так. Не понял. Ага. Вот видите, нужна проверка. Не везде все. Так вот, нашел самый древний вонючий этот вестерн. Ух, собака. Сейчас мы как. Давай, запускайся. Вот так вот. Так. Все везде в порядке. Значит, Call of Джунгин. Ха-ха-ха. Новая игра. Я попробовал немного. Сейчас снова начнем. Да, собираюсь новый. Обычная сложность. Пусть будет обычная. Нам нужен ВАЙП. Нам не нужен... О, да, началось. Абленс, Кансас. 1910 год. Лошадь. Звук лошади. Стой, мальчик. Период, когда машины сменяют лошадей. Я охотник за головами. Захожу в салон. Мы знакомы, сэр? Не думаю. Я не был здесь уже много-много лет. Сайлас Грифс. Охотник за головами? Да, был когда-то. Что делает нас в обелении? Просто проезжал мимо. Нужно решить один небольшой дельце. Что ж, сэр, для меня будет честью, если вы позволите купить вам лимонад. Черт возьми, парень. Я Молли. Привет. Меня зовут Дуайт. За стойкой Бен. Держи пару. Да, несколько историй. Чья история будет? Сидят в салоне, лакают чай. Делать им нечего. Так сказано в этой книжке про него. Не верь всему, что написано в грошовых романах, парень. Я взялся выследить человека еще когда работал с Билли Кидом. Ты работал с Билли Кидом? Да, черт побери, это костлявый, никчемный и не боялся отступить перед кем. Да, Билли Кид. Шла настоящая война, парень. Война графства Линкольн. И Билли поклялся, что его регулирует, отнимут жизнь у каждого суконсина, который поможет Джону Клиперу. Кид был очень раздражительным и вспыльчивым. Это дело его дьявольской опасности. Его дело дьявольской опасности. Сейчас Билли Кидом пойдем знакомиться. Я его когда запустил, у меня 1000 FPS было. 1000 FPS. Погнали. О, почти. Смотри, прогрузочка. Это задумка игры, это фича. Да. Я связался с Билли по парлиной почте. Нажмите Г. Первый соединенный число навыка. Мушка замедляет время. Отлично, нам подходит. Ага.
Funny, haha.
No, Steve. The other kind of funny.
Так, идем связываться с Билли Кидом. Самым суровым чуваком на Диком Западе. Чтобы открыть задание. Вернуться в убежище. Кто-то разговаривает. Два болвана. Промахнулся. Хорош.
Was it Pat Garrett's posse? Oh yeah.
Опа,
I
слышу
heard the
стрельбу.
shots and I knew I had to move fast.
Coming from the rear!
Garrett and his army of deputies surrounded the entire homestead. I decided to help Billy and the boys out a bit. So that's just what I did. As the governor of New Mexico was paying for the kids' apprehension, Garrett was able to hire every gun hand in Lincoln.
Yeah! Woo! Ух ты, меткий. Так. Накидываем барабан. В дерево попал. Хорош. Осматриваемся. Ага, пулька есть. Они взяли в осаду этот дом, а мне надо в этот дом. Хорош. Я же что-то в кого-то попал же. Нормально. Я тебя слышу. Ты где-то справа. Пуля летит. Ага. О, вернулся от пули. Нормально. Ворот от пули.
Luckily, these shooters, Garrett, weren't the sharpest tools in the shed. A lot of them were saddle tramps, sod busters, or drunken drifters looking to make a few bucks.
Ух, сука, меткий стрелок. Иди сюда, подонок. Подонок. Эти подонки меня окружали со всех сторон. Но я прорывался вперед. Курица 10. Курица дает 10. Тихо.
Truth be told, things weren't much better behind the house. I cut their numbers in half.
Хорош.
That just made the ones that
Комбо
were
3,
left
комбо
twice
3.
as mad.
3 комбо. Дружище, куда ты
They made up for
бежишь?
their lack of skill with a seemingly endless supply of ammo.
А, это уже готовый.
It was a bit of a slog,
Зайдите
but I
в дверь
finally
внутрь,
fought
сейчас
my way
зайдем.
around the back of the house.
Открыть.
And like that,
Здравствуйте.
I was inside, none the worse for wear.
Чуть не стрельнул.
Past Dirty
Ага.
Dave.
Я пошел мимо грязного Джо.
And upstairs, I found Billy and Charlie Boldly.
Наверху Билли.
You think you can kill me too?
Это Билли. 21 убийства к 29 году. Билли Гет. Чертовски умен.
Billy looked at me and said, "About
Здорово,
time,
Билли.
amigo. Grab a gun
Как
and
раз
get
вспомни,
to the
амиго.
window."
Хватай ствол и к окну.
So you were friends with Billy.
И к окну я.
Yeah, sort of. Anyway, we were surrounded by dozens of
Wow.
deputized shooters who wanted to do us home.
Бах. Самый меткий стрелок.
I'm telling you, Garrett's men were dropping like flies.
21 убийства к 21 году. Да мы тут капсда положили, тут счетчик просто уже с нулями.
That's when Charlie got hit.
А потом Чарли слил пулю.
Catching us in a
Бай.
crossfire, shouted Billy. Get to the other side.
Хорош. Разрушил. Разрушение — это наша стихия. Надо быть метким стрелком. Я являюсь таким. На. Не-не-не.
I don't know how many of those cocksuckers I personally put down, but it was pretty clear. Even to Billy.
Рефлекс.
Maybe discretion was the better part of valor.
Что за обстрел дичайший?
It means that it was time to cut and run. They got a Gatling, Billy shouted.
Убить
Get the
ногой.
horses,
На.
bring them round back. I'll draw their attention. He directed that order at me, and I thought, why the hell do I have to do it? Many would have fled in my place.
Где мой револьвер?
But I had that false sense of invincibility that many young men have.
Поиск истины. Допустим. Что за истина?
Jack here.
What are you saying, old man?
Как это будет выглядеть вообще?
Jack is just joshing with you.
Yeah, he better be.
Mr. Green, please.
Броневик.
Please call me Silas, ma'am. Now, where was I?
Ни хрена. Броневичок. Ну ты догадался,
You were
конечно.
heading for the barn.
С дверью вышел наперевес. На! Чапалах получил. Стопорный контроль.
Making my way past the castle of fallen foes.
Бегун.
Sounds like Garrett hired a whole
Ни
regiment.
хрена вы, ребята. Ни хрена вы.
Yeah. And just when I thought I was done,
Бум, сучки.
bastards would pop up.
Не получается пока.
Finally, I had the stables within my reach. After the fight, maybe we could treat ourselves.
Пострелял по курочкам. У-ху-ху-ху. Куриное филе. Здесь секрет самородок. Ладно, пофигу, потом разберемся с этими самородками.
And that's when I met Sheriff
И тут
Pat
шериф
Garrett.
Пэта
I read
Герман.
that you went toe to toe with him, sir. That backstabbing
Дуэль, сейчас будет дуэль.
on 10 Star.
Сейчас будет вонючая дуэль. Опа. Гордый, хорошо с собой. И уронил значок.
You challenged him to a showdown.
You read that in a dime.
Да, я вызвал его на дуэль.
It said he showed no fear as he took your measure with eyes like a rattlesnake.
Че не просрать бы дуэль. Используйте мышку, чтобы следить за противником. Угу. Когда ваш противник потянется за рулем, нажмите, чтобы достать свой ствол. Давай.
And that you killed him
Охренеть.
in a fair fight.
Is that what that penny
Проблема
dreadful
точно,
said?
этот прицел начинает
No,
кружить.
boy, that ain't what I meant when I said I met Pat Garrett. So let me start again. I finally reached those damn stables.
А, это было как в рассказе.
Stepped inside and last thing I heard was Garrett's voice. That's not Billy.
And go on. How did it end?
And, boy, that was just the beginning.
Давайте. Одно очко. Дополнительно приближают к представлению. Защита в ближнем бою. Вроде пока не нападают. Все. Здесь что? 2 револьвера. Угу. Два револьвера или точное представление? Но вроде с приближением нет. Опять же, нахер мне 2 револьвера. Давай, это, а потом 2 револьвера. Пока не хочу. Разогреться.
So what happened? Did Garrett arrest you?
Yeah, after I came to, the bastard had clocked me with his Colt.
And the kid surrendered?
When he realized there was no getting out of there alive.
So they locked you up in Lincoln?
Indeed they did. Sentenced me to hang right along
Меня
with the
приговорили
kid.
к виселице. На пару с кидом. Хватил меня все-таки шериф. А в книжках написано, что была дуэль.
It's important to know that I was only riding with Billy so I could find the bastard I was after. He was with John Kinney's gang. They were sworn enemies of Billy's regulators.
Why were you after him?
I owed that son of a bitch a bullet for what he had done to me and mine.
Я должал этому чуваку
Instead,
пулю.
all I got for myself was a goddamn death sentence.
Свидание с петлей.
Luckily,
Идеология.
it was right around then that I heard Billy make his move. He shot Jim Bell and a few other guards as he made his getaway. Later, they wrote that some lady friend planted a pistol for him in the privy. What the papers didn't say is that Billy helped me escape too.
Опа.
My first order of business was finding a firearm.
Найти ствол. Вроде где-то рядом. Что это значит? Не знаю.
Luckily, I located Deputy Bob Ollinger's mean-ass shotgun.
Дробовичок. Громко как динамит. Бам! Чтобы их баба.
I saw Billy through the window, and he yelled that I should take to the rooftops to make my escape. So I did.
Anybody see Billy?
Hell yeah. That scatter gun was like a double-barreled howitzer.
Револьвер, ты
It
чё?
could blow a man clear off his feet. You hardly had to aim the damn thing. The kids escaped, raised a huge ruckus.
Как с дробовика походит.
Guards were everywhere looking for it. Can't let the kid get away. Anybody see him?
Щит. Скорее, бежите по крыше.
You can't hide.
Угу.
Kill him already. I had to jump from roof to roof like a damn alley cat. I followed the planks where I could.
Говно. Текстуру не успела прогрузиться. Ну, погнали.
Some of that wood was slippery as hell. The whole town was up in arms.
Угу.
And suddenly, I was a fugitive. How the hell did the kid escape? Garrett's gonna kick our ass!
Бежим, бежим, бежим.
Bastard you were after. What did he do? He did me and my family a grievous harm. But I knew if I was ever gonna find him, I would need to get my ever-loving ass out of there. I tried to be stealthy and sneak my way past.
This town doesn't have a moment's peace.
Нихуя. Пу-пу-пу.
You! But hell, if they weren't all waiting for me. Apparently, some of them thought I was Billy. He's in town somewhere. See, me and the kid shared a certain similarity in build and coloring. I was just glad I had Deputy Bob's mean-ass shotgun.
Давай, 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 давай. Хорош. Чувствую, чувствую. Я чувствую эти пули. Ага. Пу-пу-пу-пу-пу. Что это такое, побег? А, это просто карточки. Я думал, они что-то... Я думал, они что-то дают.
That's it for you.
They're shooting in the street!
Это меня напугало. Мать, ты не ори так сильно.
Get your heads down!
There's children here.
So much lead was whizzing by my head, it was like everyone in Lincoln wanted to put me in the ground. I knew I needed to find a horse. Though I never did have a great fondness for those four-legged grass eaters. Smelly, sweaty, ungrateful beasts. We prize them too high, if you ask me. I'm here.
Come here. Иди сюда, говорит.
Put down your weapon.
Где ты?
Come on out, you yellow bastard.
Так, присутствует небольшая неточность. Угу.
You're threatening the lives of innocent people.
Нормально, я скалолаз, я человек-паук. Да где ты орешь-то, придурок? Орешь где-то.
But where was the kid while you were busy getting shot at?
Gone. And that's when it occurred to me why Billy set me free.
У ворот.
So I could be a hapless decoy and draw attention while he snuck out of town. It's too good for him.
Я просрался. Где?
I knew if I made it out of there in one piece, no one would put a price on
Мудак.
mine.
Я сначала не понял.
Everybody in Lincoln would be dead.
Подожди, что-то...
No, because they all thought I was Billy, and all that blame would fall on him.
Да ты надоел.
Deputy Bob Ollinger was organizing a posse to put me down. He was already a mean son of a bitch, but he was doubly pissed that I stole his mean-ass shotgun. Anyway, it was me or them, and the only way forward led me straight to perdition. But the cards were dealt, and I had no choice but to play them.
We can take him!
А это куда дорога? В этом месте стрим, я понял.
We're gonna be in deep shit when Pat gets back.
Угу. Вижу. Сейчас, перегруппировочка. Угу. Нормально, нормально, нормально. Здесь будет ковбойская дуэль, я прямо чувствую, я ощущаю это прям. Тихо, тихо, никто. Ну там какой стрелок. Вот и все, ваша песенка спета. Угу. Убийство сквозь деревянную штучку. Ага. Меткость — это я. Про меткость — это про меня. Заткнись. Здесь ничего нету. Угу. Здесь ничего нет. Я вижу тебя, шляпочник. Так. 2 револьвера. Хо-хо-хо. Нормально. Сдул, понял, сдул дымок. Шериф. Другой разговор. Подожди. О.
I guess Billy saved your ass, taking out Bob Ollinger the way he did.
Billy didn't kill Bob.
Well, sure he did. He dispatched him right after he shot Deputy Bell.
No, sir. Because Bob came right up behind me, angry as hell that Billy
За моей
had
спиной
lit
сейчас
out.
будет дуэль.
Hello, Bob. I said.
Да.
I think you better let me go. And he says, I don't
Давай,
think so,
давай.
boy. Not with my shotgun.
Дуэлище.
So we stood there in the middle of the street, eyeball to eyeball. He intended to kill me, and I knew I had no choice but to defend myself.
Не успел, не успел.
I killed him in a fair fight. Everybody saw I had no damn choice. Well, Lincoln got a mite depopulated.
Быстрые пальцы на этом Диком Западе.
Pat Garrett gunned down Billy 3 months later, so his escape was all for naught anyway.
Самые дикие,
So where'd you
быстрые.
go after Lincoln?
Mexico. Until I realized nobody was looking for me. I ended up taking a job at the Rurales.
The Mexican Ruales?
I was hired to help them track down the cowboys.
The most vicious outlaw gang in Cochise County? Curly Bill Brocious? Johnny Ringo?
Led by old man Clanton himself.
They must have paid you a pretty penny to take them hombres on.
Not really. But truth be told, I had my own reasons for going after those boys.
За самыми дикими бандами отправляюсь я. Пуля для старика.
So was the bastard you were after now riding with the cowboys?
Roscoe Bob Bryant was his name.
Oh.
0.
But no, this time it was a different bastard I was after. The aforementioned Mr. Ringo. And yes, he was working for old man Clanton.
На пальба.
Came upon them robbing a stagecoach, which wasn't surprising, being they were such murderous
На
thieves,
дирижанс
the
напали.
bastards. The bandits wore red scarves, so I knew they worked for the old man.
Over there! ¿Quién carajo es ese hombre?
I did my best to help those poor passengers.
А чё я стою-то как дебил? Иди нахрен. Ворот. А я думал, я его завалил.
Moments later, the attackers were dead. And I checked the stagecoach to see how many passengers were still breathing.
Понял. Курсор хотел поменять, чтобы при удержании он присел.
None.
Да.
It was then I wondered if the rocks weren't hiding more bandits. Was that all of them? Or did I just hit the rear guard?
Напали
I quickly
ублюдки.
got my answer. They attacked from on high like Apaches often did.
Мертвый стреляет.
They would appear in great numbers from above and rain down lead on their hapless enemies' heads. Making use of the high ground, whatever else they had. Yet the Apaches always appeared out of nowhere, and there never seemed to be an end to them.
Hold on. Were you attacked by Apaches? What
Давай,
happened
давай.
to the cowboys?
Did I say they were Apache?
Ковбои, ой,
I
индейцы
said
напали.
Blanton's cowboys attacked me Apache style. I was in a pitched battle, but I was holding my own against an overwhelming enemy force. Where's he going? See, at the time, I was still pretty green, but often blundered into regrettable situation. But I just kept shooting at anything I could see up in those damn rocks. I didn't see Ringo, but I knew he was with the cowboys. He and Roscoe Bob had done me a dreadful wrong, and I was determined to have my revenge. To get to Ringo, I knew I'd have to fight my way past these other assholes first. Unfortunately, I was running out of ammo. Another perfect example of my relative inexperience as a hunter of men.
Нахрен мне дробовик этот
knew
вонючий.
that a tactical retreat was called for, as my vengeful fury was much less impressive without the bullets to back it up. Finally, they managed to corner me. Trapped as I was, my survival was pretty slim. Luckily, serendipity was on my side as I suddenly spotted a way out of my predicament.
Бежим!
I ran ahead as if the devil himself was after me.
Палатка.
Bullets
Хрена со мной.
whizzed by my ears, but I
Погоня.
wasn't about to roll over and die. I just kept running like there was no tomorrow.
Да вы охренели.
Because there wouldn't be if Clanton and his men caught up with me. As I was scurrying around those caves, I thought,
Я убегал как мог.
going up against a gang like this. I just kept running, not knowing where the hell I was going.
Блин, давай, беги, беги,
Something
беги.
miraculous happened.
Это чё за хрен?
Manna from heaven. I found the desiccated remains of what looked like an Apache warrior.
Это кто
The
с
old
ним?
weapon next to him supplied me with some much-needed ammunition. Bat Masterson once told me it was more important to be
Нихрена.
lucky than good.
Г.
He would know.
Давай. Возвращаемся обратно. Пробежались, возвращаемся обратно.
And imagine my surprise when I found a fistful of dynamite to go along with that ammo. That stroke of good fortune evened the odds and bolstered my confidence. It was time to turn the tables. Time for the prey to become the predator. Time for the hunted to become the hunter. Time.
All right, Jesus, we get it. They were right where you wanted them.
That's right, Jack. I was done running. And the old man's boys were not expecting that. No, sir. I came at them like a wildcat. My fury knew no bounds.
Хорош. Смит энд Вессон.
Where's he going?
Пули свистят.
It was finally time for
как же
that
взять
old man
эту
to
штуку?
pay for his sins.
Дерьмо. Опачки. Опачки. Остальные рисунки. Да, охренеть, я просто скажу в упор. Она такая, о, рядом, рядом. Гатлинга, пулемет Гатлинга.
I yelled out at the top of my lungs, "Clanton, I'm coming for you!" A little stealth might have made more sense, to be perfectly honest. Because that old fool had a Gatling gun and enough bullets to last him till kingdom come. But I knew I could not let that deter me. Not if I was to find and kill Ringo. I needed to get that old man off that gun.
А вот и все, твоя песенка сейчас будет спета. Это я удачно забежал.
Most everyone thought it was the Juarez who had come up against him in Guadalupe Canyon, but it was just me.
Oh, gotta reload.
Чувак, у меня для такой еще есть.
Apparently, one of the cowboys made it out of there alive and told Ike and Billy
это был
that it
другой
wasn't
ковбой.
the Mexican who took their father's life that
Зряком
day.
дуэль будет.
They just assumed it was one of the Earps, and that little misunderstanding eventually led to that legendary gunfight at the OK Corral.
В голову винтовка. Одного нашел, точность. Понятно. Сука, самый быстрый палец, дикий палец на этом Диком Западе. Погнали, погнали. Кушать охота.
A few weeks after that dust up at the
Пару
OK
недель спустя
Corral, I was still
я
after
его
Johnny
выследил.
I had tracked him and the
Доберись до
cowboys to their
лесопилки. Так
hideout
вот
at
она.
a sawmill, and they were loaded for bear.
So, what exactly did Johnny Ringo do to piss you off?
Well, him and that other bastard.
Roscoe
Второй,
Boatwright?
Yep. They both deserve to die.
Не
and
да,
I
а я.
promise I'll tell you why. But first I need to tell you about the Cowboys' new boss, Curly Bill Brocious. Earp's coming! Get ready, boys. Curly Bill took charge of the Cowboys upon the old man's demise. And after that gunfight at the OK Corral, the Clantons wanted revenge. So they murdered Morgan Earp and grievously wounded his older brother, Virgil.
Без концентрации нормально.
Wyatt and Doc went on what became known as the Vendetta Ride, hunting those outlaws down. So when I showed up, that's who they
Шикарно
thought I
просто.
was.
Чего? Не попало в моё комбо. За этими бревнами стоит. А вот нечего прятаться, наклоняюсь. Г. Так, смотрим, что можно, что. На 50 быстрее. Здесь что у нас? Быстро перезарядку нажимать. Нет, нас не интересует. Звук фрукта полить вообще самое то. Я посмотрю, насколько быстро перезаряжает. Бревна упали.
There were killers around every corner, all wearing red bandanas. That's how the cowboys identified each other. And I was beginning to wish I had one myself.
Охренеть.
Get out of here! You're dead! But I wasn't about to let Ringo walk away unscathed. And that's what drove me forward.
They say that Ringo was infernal.
Они уворачиваются.
I hardly saw anyone faster, boy. Certainly not wiser.
Они уворачиваются от пуль.
That man was all hat and no cap.
Herb wasn't much of a match for him, but Doc Holliday might have taken him.
That Lunger should have kept his nose out of it. They never charged anyone for the murder of Morgan Herb.
But everybody knew that
Так, это
Curly
вообще
shot him
ближний
in
бой
the
с двух
back.
стволов.
That was common knowledge.
Yeah, maybe so. But Ringo had nothing to do with it. He was just being loyal to a
Ближний
friend.
друг. Да нахрен надо он.
Is that what you call it? Being loyal. Well, to get to that loyal friend, I had to pass by some buzzsaws as big as a man.
Пила.
Excuse me, sir. I have a question.
What's that, Dwight?
After old man Clanton died, why didn't his son take over the Cowboys?
Because Ike Clanton was dumber than a box of rocks and a yellow belly to boot.
Охренеть пилы. Отражение. Без RTX. Прикол, да? Как вам такое? Из 2013-го.
Now, where was I?
Taking down the entire cowboy gang single-handed.
Indeed I was, Jack.
Так.
Though it wasn't easy, as those boys had good cover.
Не могу комбо нормально помнить. Поворачивается. Ну-ка, вернись-ка от этого. Ха! Дурачина. Ага. Где ты? Вижу вас. Парни, я вас вижу. Я сначала не смекнул. Вот и все. Тихо, что это было? Какой-то мощный щитоносец был.
That really was one hell of a sawmill. Quite an impressive operation.
Паровозик? Мы поедем на нем? Да.
And where was Curly Bill? Did you see him?
I'm about to get to that, Ben. Patience. I'm painting a picture here. There was this beautiful waterfall
Чё я поменял
and a
такое на
crystal
чё?
clear stream that led to a verdant valley that was truly...
Consider your picture painted. What happened next?
Well, finally the
Отлично.
bastards that were still alive made a last stand.
Отлично. Выход. Я чувствую, меня тут сейчас будут долбить со всех сторон. Да.
Curly Bill, Johnny Ringo, and his compadres took off into the
Точно.
lumber yard, and I followed after.
Хлопнет. Пукнет. И прихлопнет.
Are you saying they ran? Cowardice was not in Ringo nor Curly Bill's nature.
No, sir. I never said they were running scared. They just wanted me out in the open. Dance with the devil. You working for Wyatt Earp? Is that something? Oh, wanna play hide?
Понял, да?
No one kills Curly Bill. Stay coming after me.
Поворачивайся. Не, лучше одиночка. Сука. Поворачивайся. Гаденыш. Сейчас мы его захерачим.
Help me out here.
Где ты, педрила?
You better
Ох, иди. Пристроимся. Так. Угу. Нормально, нормально.
Brocious gave me no choice but to take his life. But Ringo was nowhere to be found.
I knew you didn't kill Ringo because he was found dead in a different location altogether.
To this day, his killer is still unknown.
Indeed. Took me a few months before I finally tracked his ass to West Turkey Creek Canyon.
О, почти. Какой усатый бородатый. Следующий. Кто станет у руля и схватит пулю.
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
А! Вот и все. Сейчас, подожди, подожди.
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
Самые быстрые пальцы на Диком Западе.
But the legend ain't always true. Doc Holliday had nothing to do with the death of Johnny Ringo.
Честно, нахрен.
I was paid a healthy bounty for Ringo and Curly Bill, and realized there was real money to be made. That's why I went after Henry Plummer.
Эпизод 3.
Wasn't he the sheriff who augmented his income by shaking down miners and robbing gold shipments?
That's the one.
Oh, yeah, I remember him. He ran that gang of thieving outlaws called the Innocents.
So it's true that you went toe-to-toe with him?
Indeed I did, son. Indeed I did.
Опять не классно выглядит. Так, погнали.
I knew I needed resources if I was going to track down Roscoe Bob Bryant. and hunting plumber looked like a good way to get rich quick. As the local vigilantes exposed him as the leader of the bandits and put a generous price on his
Какие-то
head.
проблемы, господа? Да. Так. Охренеть, что накрыл. Значит, быстро перезакрыл винтовку, держите свою винтовку на мгновение ока. Надо еще за привлекательной внешностью скрываться инженерный шедевр. Угу.
Plumber rallied his gang to plunder one last gold mine
Золотые
before
стволы.
making their escape. And that's where I thought I'd find him.
Можно было по низу идти?
It makes me nervous standing so close to all these goddamn barrels of gunpowder.
Джентльмены.
Be nervous. No one has the cojones to come after us. As long as you don't light up a cigar, we're fine.
Бам.
As my late father pointed out to me more than once, God made men, and Samuel Colt made them equal.
Сэма Коль. Это что такое? Это несколько подходов. Я понял, это типа вариативность. Да, это вариативность прохождения заданий. Бочки-то восстановились.
I knew that dynamite wasn't mine,
Динамит.
so I decided the polite thing would be to return it. It was the biggest gold rush since Sutter's Mill in '48. Unfortunately, prospectors weren't the only ones drawn to those riches.
Динамитные шашки в воздухе. Офигенно.
There were thieves and killers, robbing travelers and hijacking gold shipments. Like those that ran with Plummer. Some were just regular folks I knew from town, drawn by greed and easy pickings.
А почему ты не прыгнул? Он не прыгнул. А? Б.
Charlie Crow, the blacksmith. James, who worked in the stable. Sam and Jeremiah Barber, the butcher's sons.
Так, где ты
Ordinary
там?
citizens who lived a double life. Stealing and
А он
thieving.
как стоял на столбе, так и стоит. Весь укажился. Он как стоял на столбе, так и стоит. Черт вонючий.
Of course, the rest were veterans of the Civil War. Stone-cold killers trained on the bloody fields of Shiloh and Antietam. Plummer had a lot of men on his payroll. A hell of a lot. That son of a bitch pretended to protect the public with
Завалено
one
динамитом.
hand, while
Прикол.
stealing them blind with the other. He set up a defensive perimeter which I had no idea how to breach. Dangerous, desperate individuals.
Демид прилетел,
I
вот.
was outnumbered and in way over my head. but I was too damn stubborn and stupid to realize it.
Динамитный
I
инвалид.
was some kind of hero.
Я думал,
I
что я
finally
герой.
made it past and headed on to meet my destiny.
Капец, блин, першит. Я думал, что я герой.
But
По
first,
факту ты
I
хер
had something I
моржовый.
needed to figure out. I had a few ideas on how to get into that mine.
У меня
Once
был
I made my
пара идей,
decision, I
как
knew
проникнуть
there
в
was
эту
no
шахту.
turning back. So my first thought was to enter the nearest mine portal. I saw an entrance. Made sense. It was the quickest way in, but that also made it more dangerous, as there would undoubtedly be enemy pickets posted along the way.
Can't hide forever! Time to die!
Тихо. Рейнджер. И в чем разница?
Besides, once you enter a mine like that, it's easy to get all turned around. And that confusing maze of corridors wouldn't even be the worst of it. Some of those shafts could be as deep as hell.
Как же 6 пуль?
A single stumble or misstep can easily end in a deadly plunge to oblivion.
О, почти нихуя себе.
You ain't beefing me.
Кто ты, где ты говоришь? Со мной.
Quick reflexes often make up for a lack of common sense. Luckily, I was never one to be easily bushwhacked. I would just need to be careful not to blow myself to kingdom come.
Хорош. Самонаводящийся пистолет.
With all that gunpowder and dynamite everywhere, a body has to know what he's shooting at.
Pissing me off.
Ты как живется-то вообще? Вот бы я промазал бы.
One wrong bullet could have turned that mine into a dad-blasted tube.
Опачки.
I freely admit that my plan of attack was not just
Беги!
clearly.
Беги! Охренеть. Ба!
It's a good thing that I abandoned that ridiculous plan before I even tried
А
it.
что надо было делать?
Instead, I spotted a ladder, a way into the mine from the opposite side.
Это он представляет. Угу.
It was a long way around, but that approach seemed more sensible at the time. Of course, being I had a problem with heights, that scaffolding scared the bejesus out of me. Climbing down that ladder required some caution, because even though I had a younger man's reflexes, no man can dodge a damn bullet while climbing down a rickety ladder.
Опа.
I needed to make a leap of faith. I was determined not to give up.
Вообще какой-то неудачник. Не, он наоборот удачник.
Sheriff Plummer seemed quite the despicable character. When the vigilantes discovered what the sheriff was up to, people were outraged. That 10,000 they put on his head would go a long way to helping me find old Bob. And I had made it my mission to settle that score come hell or high water.
Хорош. Новый уровень. Отлично. Рейнджер легендарный. Раскаленный ствол, быстрая перезарядка винтовки. Пофиг. Патронтаж бы увеличить. То, что мне надо, это патронтаж увеличить. Интересно, можно?
But first, I would have to make a choice. Take the
Кто-то видел?
elevator or climb the ladder.
Это, наверное, не лучшая идея.
I picked the more convenient and more dangerous route.
Смотри-ка, успел собрать. Стоят два дурачка, ждут. Вагонетка. Я так понимаю, сейчас будет
Plummer was a
прикол.
mad dog killer, and the people of Nevada City deserve better.
Somebody kill him!
Right, well, he was the sheriff of both places at one time or another, but that's neither here nor there.
Где ты?
Time to blow your shit up.
The point was, taking him down
Следующая дуэль
would save
была.
a lot of lives, including my own.
Что это? Что это? Это дуэль. Опа! Бандит и пироман. Как спел хаски пироманта обоссать. Генри Золотое яблочко.
Henry Plummer was clearly unhinged, and I could see right away that this was going to take something.
I need some help here! Come on, boys! Take this cocksucker out! shoot too! That had a swamp!
Где ты? Ты, ну мразь, ты мне попадешься, а? Сука, ублюдок вонючий, а? Где ты? Пошел ты в жопу. Он умер, даже не осознав, что произошло. Козел. Гаденыш, а?
So, did you finally go after that knob feller?
Well, I heard word he was in Kansas with John Wesley Hardin. So that's where I went.
Where in Kansas?
Abilene. Why do you ask, Ben?
No reason.
Was Hardin as fast as Ringo?
Ringo was fast, but John Wesley was as fast as the devil himself.
Заливает. Эпизод 4.
Hell, he killed his first
Черт побери, он первый раз убил человека в 15 лет. В то дня он до конца жизни не был посмотрен. Постоянно в розыске. Даже перед самим Диким Билибем. Быстрый или мертвый? Ну так. Оставайся со мной. И я сейчас на 10-минутный перерывчик, а может на 5, а может на 2. Не угадаешь. Как приду, так продолжим. Эй, пока. Так, что надо? Продолжаем. Продолжать. Дикий Вестерн.
I was there with the intention of finding that bastard Bob and collecting the bounty on John Wesley.
I thought the Texas Rangers got heart.
Yeah, that's what they want you to believe.
Сейчас возьмем. И что за херню тут?
It was cold
Охренеть.
tit in a brass bra that
Дикая
night, as I
перезарядка.
fought my way past his loyal compadres to the very same saloon we're sitting in today. Look around and imagine this place painted in blood. Hardin was waiting for me, and
Разборки. Ни у тебя карты на башке.
Wait, I'm jumping the gun here. Let me back up and give you some background on this sumbitch.
Сейчас я тебе в эту карту
He
попаду.
deserves that much. Don't you think so, Ben? John Wesley Hardin was a killer. By the end, he confessed to taking the lives of 42 men. He was a bona fide folk hero by then, and had amassed a gang of armed miscreants and other assorted thugs. He and his men set up camp outside of town, and I was hoping Bob was among them.
Shit, it's cold out here. Freezing my giblets off. Ain't right with that son of a bitch.
They didn't ask why I was there. They knew, as most of them were wanted as well.
Давай.
Hardin was here somewhere, but to get to him, I'd have to get past his gun hands.
Комбо не сделал.
I had
Комбо
to
не
spill a
сделал.
lot of blood to find out Hardin wasn't in that camp. He was carousing in town with his closest friends. Hardin's boys apparently didn't want me to reach the Bull's Head. Some were hightailing it into town to inform their jefe of my unwelcomed presence.
Да пошел ты нахер. Да, расход пуль стал. Расстрел приверженный рейнджер. А чё лучше-то? Да иди ты нахрен.
Stop that sumbitch!
Let the boys know we got another raw dog.
I wondered if Bob was among them.
Блин. Короче, этот быстрый на перезарядку просто моментальный. Но вообще не точный. То есть надо шмалять со всей силы. Ша-та-та-та-та, вот так, ша-та-та-та-та.
And I steeled myself for the fight ahead.
Да, идем
As
дальше.
good as I was, deep
Двигаемся
down I
как
wondered
черт.
if John Wesley wasn't just a little bit better. Before I could test my mettle against Hardin, however,
Это мне обрадовались.
I would first need to dispatch his cadre of hired killers. Most of these degenerates were beyond redemption, but John Wesley might have been a different story.
Хорош.
I didn't learn until later that that night was in fact his birthday celebration. I think I already mentioned that I found Hardin in this very saloon.
Салон. Сейчас разборки будут. Г. Так. Смотрим. Сейчас на бегу. Быстрое представление будет. Быстрее. Ваша скорость представления. Допустим.
Suffice it to say, nobody there was happy to see me. In fact, I felt a certain hostility.
Допустим.
I was disappointed that neither Bob nor John Wesley were among the dead. But that was short-lived, as a moment later I was facing down the fastest gun in the West.
Быстрый срок. Первый раз убил 15. Убил человек за прав. Ну давай.
I felt a bolt of adrenaline. Or maybe that was fear. He was well known for his tricks, and I knew I'd need my own if I was ever to defeat him. No, wait. He didn't
Охренеть, он быстрый.
I'm sure of it.
Охренеть, он быстрый. Блин, охренеть, он быстрый.
That man was faster than grease lightning. But being inebriated as he was, he didn't count his shots. And now, he was at my mercy.
Что, попал, не попал?
So he didn't die?
No, I sent him to prison. Years later, after he was free, some restless
Охренеть.
avenger took his life. Shot him in the back in a saloon just like this one. Anybody up for another beer? Ben?
Больной. Так задумано.
Thank you, darling. Yeah, some say revenge is a dish best served cold.
So whatever happened to that Bob guy you were after?
Personally, I'd like to hear some of your other adventures. Like, I don't know, do you ever go toe-to-toe with a red man?
Yes, I did, Ben. I remember once I was after this renegade Apache, Grey Wolf.
Я так не понял, мог я у него попасть или
Strangely
нет?
enough, revenge was also his primary motivation.
Блин, я так... Мог в него попасть или нет? Погнали дальше.
A bounty was put on Grey Wolf's head, and that's how I came to hunt him in the mountains. Mountains so high they tickled the nether regions of heaven.
Давным-давно далеко в горах.
Grey Wolf was a Chiricahua Apache medicine man who had led a war party in revenge for a massacre against his people. The U.S. Army had attacked his tribe during his daughter's sacred sunrise ceremony, and the slaughter was unspeakable. I understood his anger, as there's nothing more traumatic than seeing those you love die in a cruel and painful death.
Погнали. Жарковато стало. Жарковато. Надеюсь. Надеюсь, не слышно вентилятора. А то он капец громко шумит. Это что? Это волчара! Застрелить волчаров.
He led a band of young Apache warriors who wanted retribution and were more than willing to die for him.
Башкой сильно трясет.
They saw me before I saw them.
Типа их что он добавляется. Ну.
And it crossed my mind that maybe this wasn't such a good idea. But now that the shooting had started, there was no backing down.
Мне казалось, или ты там есть? Смит энд Вессон. Ты не хочу дробовик. Нет. Нет. Что произошло? Говно собачье. Говно собачье произошло. Запускайся. А чё я хочу? Ну что, демо-версия была, что ли? Чё? Харика, это я не решил. Нажми любую клавишу. Альтер фюзе. Продолжить? Капец, обидно сейчас было. Не, блин, я все хочу выйти, чтобы они пачками были. Угу. Чтобы комбо X6 типа такой сделать.
They saw me before I saw them.
Угу. Повернулся. Бам. 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 Ага. Сейчас комбо X6 будет. Нет, не будет комбо X6. Мы подготовимся заранее.
They saw me before I saw them.
О! Погнали. Хорош. Так, раз, два, три.
And it crossed my
Не
mind
знаю.
that maybe this
Смотри.
wasn't such a good idea. But now that the shooting has
Бам.
started,
Бам.
no backing down.
Бам. X3. Отлично. Еще один был. И.
It was rugged country, the winter home of the Chiricahuas.
Бля, кантрич.
And that's why they had retreated there.
А как их 4 сделать?
I admit to having some regrets about going after them
Раз.
the way I did. But then again,
Раз.
I got a lot of
Два.
those.
Лошадь. Я слышал лошадь.
Did you find Grey Wolf?
Not at that moment, but I did find the entrance to their hideout.
Ага. Раз. X4. X5 бы мог быть. Сука.
A deep crevice that led to a deeper cave.
Don't tell me you went in there.
Yeah, but it's not out of bravery so much as pure, angry cussedness.
X4. Хорош.
See, back then, I had a stubborn streak a mile wide, and I wasn't about to back down.
So it was like pitch black in there?
Actually, it was pretty well lit, as they had
Что вы,
torches on the
ребятки,
wall.
подустали, да? Эх вы, черти полосатые. Ага. X4, иди сюда. Да иди нахрен. Ох, как темно.
How big was his cave?
Big as hell, Ben. Chiricahua had hid out there during the Indian War.
Раз. Два. Сука, это не X3, это X2.
They thought it was haunted with the ghosts of those murdered by the horse soldiers.
The cave was haunted with dead Indian ghosts?
Это в пещере были призраки.
To be honest, I was more concerned with the live ones than the dead ones.
И нахрен призраки. Ага. X6. X6. Ах. Вот, смотрим. X6 был. X6. Больше оказался за попадание в голову пострелять. Не-не-не. Ладно, повышение уровня от концентрации. Просто сосредоточься, чтобы нанести еще больше урона. Давай. Это факт. Ничего интересного.
How come you know so much about engines?
A few years back, I was married to two Mescalero women.
At the same time?
Yeah, they were sisters.
Без
Polygyny is traditional among the Mescalero.
So what happened?
Oh, I had to get out of there. Those girls never shut up. Both of them nagging at me all the time. Drove me half crazy. Haven't seen him since. I came upon this flooded grotto. That's when I saw him.
Ну ты урод,
To be unarmed and unafraid. His voice
Чё такой недовольный-то?
shadows. And I sensed he meant me no harm.
Недовольный.
You carry great darkness in your heart, and if you do not release it, it will claim your soul.
The sound of his voice put some kind of ancient Indian spell on me. As his story unfolded in my mind.
You will come to this place again and kill many more men, and the darkness will grow until it consumes everything that you are. The soul would have no rainbow if the eye had no tears.
said I was a great warrior, a coyote man, unequaled by any other pale-faced warrior, or something like that.
The snakes will bite shadows of your past until a venom poisons your heart, and an echo of the song of the dead summons the spirits deep from within the mountains.
I didn't quite get what you were saying, but there was definitely snakes. And indeed, his warriors surrounded me and attacked me like hungry wolverines. They couldn't stop me, though, and Grey Wolf wasn't in the mood for idle talk.
Ворачивайся.
I swear I couldn't see any way out of this trap. But suddenly, one just appeared. Kinda like
Что за нахер? Чего за магия вонючая? Дэвид Блейн, это ты? Вонючий. В рот мне ноги, что за магия, Дэвид Блейн? Так. Лимит. Может, концентрация попадания в голову. Что сделать-то? Чтобы сосредоточиться на каждом попадании в голову, вы получите 50 больше концентрации, чем обычно. Вот и крови, давай. Похеру.
I felt like I would be lost in that damn cave forever. Finally, I found myself back outside, perched on the edge of a precipice, overlooking a thundering whitewater river. To get where I was going required several leaps of faith, but no way in hell I was turning back. I chased after him, determined to make him explain the meaning of all that mumbo-jumbo.
Mumbo-jumbo is right. Are you making this all up as you go?
A few details may be fuzzy, brother, but
Нихрена
I am
бегать.
relating exactly what happened.
Нихера я бегать.
There were dozens of Apache warriors aiming at me from on high.
Dozens?
Well, maybe not dozens, but there was a lot of them.
At least 3 or 4.
Well, more than that, little lady. Steep climb up creek ahead of me and scrambled up those rocks like a mountain goat. I was determined to locate Grey Wolf and find out exactly what the hell he was trying to tell me. And wouldn't you know it, that crafty son of a bitch led me right into a trap.
What kind of trap?
Well, son, there had to be at least 100 Apaches around him.
Хорош. Раздал.
100?
God be my witness.
Oh, come on. Who are you kidding?
Hey, I believe you. Come on, tell us how it ended.
All right, but I'm not gonna drag this out. Where were we?
You were surrounded by 100 Apache warriors.
Well, I didn't take the time to count them exactly, but there were a lot of them. Oh!
Где? Ага, минус. Ага. Где?
And in the end, a path appeared before me that I had not seen before.
Камень улетел. В смысле улетел нахер камень?
I followed it as I desperately needed to find out what Grey Wolf was trying to tell me.
Это точно достоверный вестерн. Камень улетел, прикинь? Камень. Секунду. Камень улетел.
But it was like that son of a bitch disappeared into thin
Сука,
air.
волка привыкла. Уф. Полчарование.
Never did find him.
Так а чё?
And never did collect my goddamn bounty.
Хорошо.
Thank you, darling. It's interesting how the truth can sometimes seem might malleable, depending upon your point of view.
Like how those dime novels make you out to be something you're not?
Jack, don't be starting trouble.
No, he's right. They do tend to exaggerate.
Did they exaggerate your part in taking down the Daltons?
Well, I was there in the flesh, boy, so I saw what happened firsthand.
Эпизод 6.
Those Daltons were lawmen once, before they all went bad.
Эти Далтоны были
Banks and trains
законными.
clear across the territory, until Coffeeville, of course. I was one of the citizens who took up arms that day.
Fighting on the side of right.
I did my best, sir. We all did.
Меня зовут Охотником за головами. Меня подписать на Охотнику за головами. Короче, продолжай. Какая-то глава.
It was early morning. One of my friends was a local gunsmith, and he handed out firearms to anybody who'd take one. You see, the Daltons got it in their heads to rob 2 banks at the same time. 2 banks on the same damn street.
Go.
Story was Bob Dalton's girl was always writing about how he had no ambition. Oh, you're nobody next to Jesse James, she'd say. Finally, the bastard took his brothers to Coffeyville just to shut her up. Well, the locals recognized the Daltons right off.
Вхожу я в дверь.
Before they could get away, half the town took up arms to defend their property.
Новый уровень. Конечно, новый уровень. Дополнительный урон для комбо, будьте еще более смертным. Ну, конечно, давайте. Надо для ружья вкачаться еще. Тихо. Это нажал. А где оно? Ладно. Это? Ха-ха! Картежника.
The brothers paid dearly for their stupidity.
Вот и все.
Everybody knows.
Ваша песенка спета,
They had it coming.
господа.
There's more to it than that. I read all about that day, so I know for a fact that it went down very differently. First of all, it was high noon. A posse of U.S. deputy marshals were on the rooftop across the street.
А где мне тут, кстати?
They're gonna make a move.
The lawmen had been tracking the Daltons
Bam,
for months.
bam,
Now they finally had
bam.
them dead to rights. Among them was a bounty
Ублюдки.
feared by many a lawbreaker. The marshals tried to get the Daltons to surrender.
They'll give up eventually. We just gotta wait to sun bitches out.
This bounty hunter knew that the brothers were far too proud to ever lay down their guns. So he went in there alone to confront those criminals.
Бам, лестница материализовалась.
One of the marshals shouted, "Where are you going? Are you crazy?"
Hey, where do you think you're going, dumbass? That rifle's mine.
But he paid him no mind. He saw a way to get around to the back of the bank.
Это что, друг?
Then he figured out how to hit the Daltons from a direction they weren't expecting.
Собаки гавкают. Караван идет.
From above. Fortunately, a water tower was right there. A moment later, he was climbing up a steep ladder, laughing at danger as he did.
Ползет как...
It was brave men like him who risked their lives to tame this wild dog.
Ага, хорош. Вау. Ну, сейчас чепалахи нам... Ха! Вышибает дверь с ноги. Бам, бам, бам.
Heroic men like him who did what other men couldn't or wouldn't to make this country free. Like Jim Bowie and Davy Crockett.
Да не буду я признать дробовик какой-то брать.
Is that Silas Green? Son of a bitch!
Хорош. Идем дальше. Угу. Самолет где-то рядом. Нашел. Один из 3. Знаете?
Over there!
Ворот.
plan. He came away victorious, taking down those thieving Daltons.
Уголя дал. Вышибить дверь.
His name? Silas Greaves. And when the dust finally settled, he was the last man standing.
Sorry, kid, but that just wasn't the way it happened. It was early evening, not high noon.
Все было по-другому.
The Daltons blew up a safe, and were all set to hightail it out of there. I was late to the party, and Coffeyville was already up in arms. Those pathetic deputies surrounding the bank were dropping like flies.
Типа чего? Какой-то хрен. Лидер, любовник и бомжара.
Waiting for them to do something reckless. And finally they did. Those stupid bastards decided to rob 2 banks at the same time in the same town where everybody knew them. But they still had friends in Coffeyville.
Now you're in trouble. Can you shoot around corners?
О.
Those friends came after me like a pack of wild dogs, tooth and nail. They were coming at me from all directions.
Собаки.
I caught sight of the Daltons running with the money and didn't want to lose it. Problem was, they knew the town better than I did. And to top it off, I found myself in the middle of another shootout.
Did the Daltons hole up in somebody's house?
No, it was the Smiths, I believe. They were cousins of the Daltons. And they were shooting at the Browns, who were shooting at the Daltons. Which wasn't any surprise, because those 2 families have been feuding forever. Since the Joneses are related to the Browns, they shot at the Smiths. Off the Heimhoffers, whose daughter recently married a Smith. Well, bullets were flying every which way as all the old feuds in Kansas caught fire all at once. There was a hell of a lot of pissed off people in Coffeyville that day. But that's just the way life is sometimes. Shit happens.
Все мои 4. Это таз. Вот и, ребятки, ограбление-то ваше пошло и не по плану. Уха.
The Dalton boys knew I would never give up. Those Daltons weren't the sharpest knives in the drawer, but they always stood together. They set a trap to slow them down and allow at least 2 of them to escape. The third brother stayed behind to
Падают бревна
that trap of theirs didn't work.
Бревно. Охренеть, рассвет. RTX лучи. В 2013-м. Земля трясется, и хрен трясется.
He was determined to protect his brothers. I understood how he felt. Taking me on all by his lonesome wasn't exactly a recipe for a long life.
Да пошел ты нахер! Прямо в пулю увернулся. Сейчас. Вот так вот, сучонок. Я самый быстрый палец на этом свете.
Well, Dwight, who do you think put all those damn holes in him? But I have to admit, that boy had grit.
Короче, с ружья нормально стреляется, но не в... Мам. Я все еще охотник за голубями. За голубами.
It took me a couple of days to track the Daltons down.
They can't get away with this!
And in that time, a whole posse of local vigilantes offered to lend a hand.
We'll track him to the ends of the earth.
They seemed as determined as me to find those outlaws. But as we headed into those swamps, it was like I had my own private army. There was no way those boys were getting away this time.
It was early fall,
заставляете уничтожать этот мир.
Beautiful time of year. At least you had the weather on your side.
Not by my recollection. It was damp and foggy as hell. It was tough to stay on a true course, so we kept an eye out for landmarks.
Флажки. Это важная фигня. Угу. Сейчас под воды кто-нибудь поставит.
It was autumn. The maple trees were in full color.
Опа.
Red as blood.
Чего?
The rains that year were torrential, so the whole area was flooded. The vigilantes spread out wide, and pretty soon I couldn't see
Охеренно.
anybody.
Спасибо. Спасибо, папаша. Так. Башком 6. Так. Оружие перезаряжается в концентрации. Просто сосредоточьтесь. Чтобы подготовиться к схватке, ваше активное оружие будет автоматически перезаряжаться каждый раз, когда вы находитесь в концентрации. Блин. Взял ружья. Да, включаем стулы, так интереснее будет. Давай, пофиг. А потом вот это.
except for some son of bitches ahead of me wanting to do me harm. So I had to face them alone. I wondered why my compatriots didn't come running when they heard the shots.
О, пачками их валить.
So did you find the Daltons?
Not yet, but I did have the questionable pleasure of meeting a few of their friends.
Huh?
You just made your match.
The boys had established quite a reputation by that time, so they attracted all manner of riffraff to their cause.
Ready to meet your maker. I'll blow you right out of there. This is gonna hurt. Put a bullet in.
Point being, I was under serious attack, and my reinforcements was nowhere to be seen.
Тим зараз. Нет, верните мне обратно мой ствол.
But luckily, a barn materialized as it right before my eyes. I scrambled up top to get a better view. But just ended up falling inside.
So, how did you get out?
The barn doors was open. About right then, I saw some suspicious characters running for the bushes. Of course, I followed them. But that goddamn swamp was like a goddamn maze, and pretty soon I had no goddamn idea where I was. Steve? So I just started walking, and pretty soon, Steve? Steve?
Huh? Oh, no. I'm listening.
Indians surrounded me from all sides.
They were Indians.
No. I just wanted to make sure Steve was paying attention. Now, where was I?
You were following the Daltons through a swamp?
That's right. See, Steve?
Okay.
Dwight's paying attention.
Oh, I'm listening. I was just resting my eyes.
So, where was I?
The Daltons.
Right. See, there's a reason so many outlaw gangs are made up of brothers. Being a brother is a very sacred thing. It's a bond like no other.
Он придумает на ходу, походу.
Bounty hunters! Stop that, son bitch!
So did you ever find the damn Daltons?
Not yet, but I did find a few of their cousins. You Kansans breed like rabbits. Or Smiths or Heimhoffers or who knows what. But hell, what's more important than family?
Комбо пропукано.
I bet Ben knows what I'm talking about.
В принципе. Сука.
bounty hunters. Stop that, son of a bitch!
To jest komba.
You can't get me. Damn!
Где? Это жулик уже лежал. Жулики. Это жулики. Это все жулики. Стрелок с дробовиком. Какой-то отвратительный человек был. Прокси проход. Проход в болото? Да, Стив. Хоть этот проход был уже и разбит. А, пароход. Проход.
Now, was it a stern wheeler or side wheeler?
What? Does that really make a difference, Steve? It was a steamboat with a goddamn army on board. It was in that a fusillade of bullets come raining down from our house. And those boys who recovered, they weren't anywhere to be found. But among those men that were shooting at me, I thought I saw some familiar faces.
Сейчас куда? Ну-ка, гуляш.
Somewhere up there, the dolphins were waiting on me.
А где он рядом? Вот здесь. Как его добыть? Ну, не знаю.
Sounds like you don't give up too easy.
That's the kind of man I am, Ben. I set out to do something. I do it. Surrender just ain't in my nature. Plus, I'm stubborn as hell.
Быстрострел. А, точно. Уворачивается же, прикинь. Не обязательно так сильно использовать лестницу. Сейчас мы им дадим по заднице, по жопе.
Right about then,
Откуда
much to
взялся?
my relief, the vigilantes finally arrived. Their leader motioned at a cabin in the middle of the top deck, pointing me directly at the Daltons. I finally had them, after months of dogged pursuit.
Давай, я готов.
But it turned out that they had me.
Take him out!
Предатель, вонючий предатель. Ган, нехороший человек, редиска.
Me like a fiddle. Apparently the vigilantes were on their damn payroll. They didn't just want to shoot me. They wanted to burn me alive. But finding my way out of a burning labyrinth proved quite a challenge.
Чертила.
Right? I mean, it's not like it was a goddamn ocean.
Well, yeah, but I was in a fight.
Давай я рассказываю, как я горю в огне.
So anyway,
Don't be stupid, Steve. They
Вот
know
он
what they're
чертила-то,
doing.
а?
They say that the Titanic is unsinkable.
oh God.
But getting back to that steamboat, how did you get off it?
Блин, не успеваю читать.
I took in a lot of smoke that day, so I admit my recollection might be a bit hazy. But somehow I managed to finally disembark. I was coughing up smoke and pretty damn pissed. I was done playing games with the boys. It was time to settle this once and for all.
Хорош.
Bob and Grad weren't about to come at me
За
one
безумие
at a
в
time.
17.
They were in this together. Two brothers side by side, determined to take me down.
О,
Confident that this time the odds were on their side.
это мне не вывести. Сейчас. Сейчас вывезем. Давай вернуться. Начнется.
They got it wrong. A sad end for those two. If they'd only known that Emmett was still alive despite his wounds.
Против двоих. Дуэль против двоих. Ты понял, да?
He moved to California and sold real estate and lived off the legend of that fateful day. And the
Честная дуэль.
tragic death of his two brothers.
Сейчас я приду, вообще охренеть просто. продолжить этот невероятный завораживающий вестерн.
My own brothers died tragically as well.
Поправимые братья тоже трагически погибли. Эпизод 7.
It was 1868, and me and my older brothers were pulling a
1868
tidy
год, мы со
profit running
старшими
cattle
братьями
into
зарабатывали
Juarez,
неплохие деньги,
Mexico.
перегоняя скот.
One night after my brothers retired for the evening,
Однако ночью после того, как мы, братья, пошли спать, я шел в забегалки и подсел к паре ковбоя.
and I just couldn't lose.
И просто не мог
I even won an
проиграть.
old
Я даже
Spanish
выиграл
coin that
старую
had to be
испанскую монету,
100 years
которая
old.
должна быть...
Well, I was mighty pleased with myself the next morning as my brothers and I
доволен
rode to
собой.
Texas. But before we crossed the
Притормаживаю
border,
немного.
those cowboys caught up with us. It was Johnny Ringo,
Там
Roscoe
был
Bob
Джонни
Bryant,
Ринго,
and another
Роско
asshole
Боб
named
Брайан,
Jim.
еще один
They
подонок по
wanted their
имени
money
Джим.
back and everything else we
Хотели
had,
вернуть свои деньги.
including our lives. As those boys
Включая
didn't want
наши,
us
эти парни
coming
не
for
горели
them.
желанием за...
Bob put that old Spanish coin in my mouth and said, I won't have it
Положил
said
мне
that
прямо
I
в рот.
left you with
Никто не
nothing,
сможет,
boy.
что я...
Well, those horses bolted, and there we hung as those bastards rode away. The branch finally snapped under the weight of the three of us, but being my older brothers were bigger and heavier, they were already dead. And right then I swore to myself that I would avenge them. Ringo you know about. But Bob eluded me, until I heard he was riding with the Wild Bunch.
Что он присоединился к дикой банде. Он весь салон вокруг себя собрал. Сказочный. Сказочник.
I'd been on their trail for months, ever since they left their hideout in the Bighorn Mountains. Led by Butch Cassidy, they were a loose association of outlaws who robbed banks and trains from Colorado to Montana.
Подожди, надо втопить. Так, быстрая перезарядка винтовки перезаряжает свой ствол в момент ока. Не-не. Надо вот это, короче, и вот это. Оружие перезаряжается в концентрации. А часто я использую концентрацию? Пошла нахер концентрация.
Among them was the Sundance Kid, and that murderous hombre I was tracking, Roscoe Bob Bryant.
Were you a part of that giant Pinkerton posse after the Wild Bunch?
No, boy. A circus like that would have slowed me down. Besides, I wanted Bryant all to myself. I'd heard about a large shipment of gold being transported to Wilcox, Wyoming on the Overland Flyer. I figured the Wild Bunch would likely hit such a treasure, and by God, I figured right.
Да, сейчас мы будем самыми быстрыми стрелками. Стреляют там.
They blew the bridge with the intention of
Они
forcing the
взорвали
train to
мост.
stop.
А, они поезд грабят.
Well, I assumed the Wild Bunch was likely in the still intact part of the train high above, so I had no choice but to make my way up through the passenger cars dangling down. I was determined to make that sumbitch Bob pay for what he did to my brothers.
Похер вообще. Хоть где хочет. Вот и все. Обрезная винтовка. Что это за обрезная винтовка?
My ears are still ringing from blowing up that ridge. What?
Well, I made my way off unscathed and came upon a few members of the gang and had no choice but to dispatch them. From there, I had to negotiate an even more precarious route. But first, I would need to get my ass out of there.
Нет, у меня есть история. Я не хочу эту обычную винтовку. Где мой чемоданчик?
Jumped from the frying pan into the fire as the train was clearly fixing to fall. I had found the gang, but in order to find old Bob, I needed to fight my way forward past a whole passel of desperados. Outside, inside, any way I could, I made my way towards my prey.
Well, what about the passengers?
It was mostly a freight train, as I recall. There were no passengers aboard that day.
Нормас.
As I mentioned before, I am not fond of heights. But I was too busy dodging bullets to worry about falling to my death.
Отлично. Нахрен это обрезная винтовка.
Odds were I was likely to die that day anyway. So I was determined to take down as many of those bastards as I could.
Gotcha!
В смысле?
Times it was like shooting ducks in a shooting gallery. The only difference is these damn ducks shot back.
Комбо в нем. Сказки о врагах, врага за спиной. Замечайте врагов даже вне поля зрения маркера. Давай, пофиг.
I kept hoping the law would show up and give me a hand.
You mean like that giant Pinkerton posse that I read about? Did they come riding in, guns a-blazing to help?
Это было по-другому. Банда грязных ублюдков.
Help? From the Pinkertons? No, son. I had to fight the wild bunch all by my lonesome, as usual.
Говорит, было меньше.
Who the hell is that? Retreat! Retreat! He's killing everybody!
Ну.
He'll kill us all!
My guess is those dime novels didn't portray this as it happened, did they?
Гатлинга.
Only a few stragglers were left. I had to cut them down pronto if I was going to stay on old Bob's trail.
Сука. Что?
Once I silenced all those guns, I went searching for my nemesis, determined to finally have my justice. But the only survivor who welcomed me was George Flat-Nose Curry.
Who was he?
The fastest gun in the gang. Right after Sundance, I mean. And Kid Curry, and maybe Elsie Lay. Though some folks might dispute that.
Говнюк. Я мы победим на скилле.
Very same thing. Decided to leave the Wild Bunch behind and decamped for South America.
Гаду, а?
They ended up living down there for many years, but I'm sure you already know all about that.
Она показывает, сколько врагов, типа я кто-то мог пропустить. Сейчас 30, да. Да.
I tried to find Bob Bryant, but it was as if he'd disappeared. Sometime later, I heard the Wild Bunch was back together. Kid Curry escaped from jail, and now he was running the whole shebang. So I took to their trail, as I was still in pursuit of my brother's killer and hoped that he was back with him.
That Kid Curry's kind of crazy, ain't he?
Don't let him hear you saying that.
Anyways, I tracked those boys to a camp right outside Parachute, Colorado.
Bam!
Who's shooting?
Bam!
Bam! Numbered, I didn't bother with a warning shot.
Bam.
I just started taking those bastards down.
Bam. Так должно было, а?
Old Bob wasn't among
Лошара.
them, and neither was Kid Curry. I could sense him close by, however, plotting something nasty. I just needed a clue as to their whereabouts.
Да, пустим.
And I found one.
Следует карту. Карта на камне. Мы несем с собой камень.
This time they were fixing to blow up a train trestle. Property of the Union Pacific.
Ага, как это было?
Clearly indicated how they were fixing to undermine several of the weakest wooden supports. Kid Curry was considered the wildest of the wild bunch.
Надо было
It was
предупредить
said that
крушение
he
поезда.
fathered 85 bastard children, though some say it was only 5. Kid Curry had bragged to a whore how he was going to rob a train heading to the U.S. Mint in Denver. And that whore, Fat Sally, she told me. The bridge was rigged with dynamite, so I decided I'd best be careful
Динамит был
confronting those
прикреплен к
bastards.
проводам. Обезвредить.
And I made it a point to remove any dynamite that I came across. A
Что за
moment later, I
галлюцинация,
saw a
а?
ladder that somehow had escaped my attention.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Никто не будет мешать обезвреживать.
But the wild bunch did not take kindly to my presence and attempted to blow my head off. It appeared the kid had found a number of new recruits to bolster their ranks. Yes, there's always desperate men willing to trade their lives for stolen treasure.
What happened next?
Well, having removed the first bundle of dynamite, I decided I might as well remove the other one. Once that was done, I figured I'd find my way from there.
Блин. Он плох и хорош одновременно. Золотая винтовка. Вот и все. Вот и сказочный конец.
Trying to make your way across.
I was sweating it a bit, but then I noticed a footbridge tied up on high, so I shot the rope.
Хорош. Давай. Ага. Так не разберешься сразу, куда идти.
Well, funny you should mention that, darling. As actually there was a fourth charge impeding my progress. Once I removed it, my path was pretty clear.
Исключили человека из игры. Ага. Нормас. Бля, хоть пострелять можно. От души прямо.
So I proceeded onward and realized that that way just wasn't going to work. I needed an alternate path forward.
Ага. Подожди. Я. Разбег, прыжок. Хорош.
Luckily, I found a cave, and as I made my way back to the bridge, I saw something that concerned me. It was a long burning fuse, and it was moving fast as hell. I had to catch it.
Я должен был
turning fuse was so damn quick. I had to run like the wind. I almost had it, but no. Thought I was gonna have a coronary when I lost sight of those sparks.
Давай, беги за фитилем. Беги за фитилем, черт ты вонючий.
At the last moment.
Беги.
Of course, I was successful, or clearly I wouldn't be talking to you folks here today. Naturally, I removed the last dynamite charge.
Well, it was a touching reunion.
But by this time, I was thoroughly exhausted and dragging my ass as I was not a young man anymore. Of course, I had to tread carefully. Otherwise, I could, well, die.
Сейчас мы сейчас обезвредим этот мост. Мост к жопе прирос. Да. W, out, W, S, W.
Or more precisely, they found me.
Самый быстрый. Уворот. Сука, долетела же гадина, а? Хорош. Ага. Двойная пара. Тихо, 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 тихо.
Just when I thought things couldn't get worse,
Заткни свое хлебало,
Curry
тварь.
opened up on me with a goddamn Gatling gun. It was hidden in this tunnel and pretty well shielded.
Сука. Гад, да. Ублюдок спрятался. Угу. Ага, раз-два, раз-два. Погнали!
Luckily, I had located some dynamite. I still, however, had my work cut out for me.
Охренеть, сейчас найди-ка, попробуй. Так, 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 так. Все, попробуем. Лучше. Еще лучше. Вообще хорошее попадание. Вот так вот.
Eventually, I brought that tunnel down. And that's when I met Kid Curry himself. He had decided to stop pussyfooting around and deal with me personally.
Черт ты вонючий, понял, да? Ты не с тем... Это дуэль опять. Я попадаю. На скеле сейчас. Сука.
Fast as he was,
Животину ему тварину просто пробил нахер.
and as he lay wounded, I demanded to know the whereabouts of Roscoe Bob Bryant. He shouted at me, "Is that what this is about? Bob went with Butch and Sundance to South America. You ain't never finding him."
Как я успел
Those were
выстрелить?
his last words.
Дебила кусок. Одну секунду, не уходите. Никто не уходите. Самый быстрый палец на свете вернулся. Продолжить. Быстрее. Так, что дальше было?
Bob Bryant got away?
I knew I'd never find him in South America.
What about the other killer?
А что
Yeah,
со
you
вторым
kind
убийцем?
of glossed over that.
Да.
Well, I
Что со
found
вторым?
Jim not
Ну,
long
я
after I
нашел
showed down with
Джима.
Ringo.
Скоро
At the
после
time,
моего
he was
перестрелки
riding
с
with
Рико.
James'
С
younger
Ringo.
gang. Did I neglect to mention that?
Я забыл упомянуть. Это эпизод 8.
Jesse James?
Джесси Джеймс, величайший бандит в истории. Да, его ухайдакал.
Jesse and his
Такие
kid
дела.
rode
Парень
with
Джесси
Walker when he raided
своей
Lord's
родной был
and
отрядом
killed near 200
Каунтрила,
people, boy.
когда он устроил резню.
Yeah, nothing great about that.
И в
And
этом
from
нет
there,
ничего великого.
him and his brother went on to rob banks and trains from Kansas to Missouri.
Его братья грабили банки, поэтому за его была назначена
40
такая
grand for
высокая
both of
награда.
them, dead or alive. That's one hell of a payday.
40 тысяч. За двоих. Сейчас мы их найдем. Найдем. Погнали. Вышибает дверь ногой.
Them as they were robbing a train. Bullets were flying at me from every which way.
Вышибает дверь ногой.
My way forward if I was gonna find this Jim.
Now wait a second. Now, how'd they stop this train in the first
Подожди-ка секундочку, как они вообще... Джесси был экстремалом в этом деле. Все было по-другому. Здорово. По легендам. Мог одним взглядом остановить поезд.
They hopped a freight train, having heard there was a big payroll in the express safe. So I hopped the same train.
Пропукал момент. Ладно,
Jim's
идем.
younger gang was decimated after that little fiasco they had in Northfield, Minnesota. So Jesse needed more men and took on the killer I was after, along with a host of others. I was hoping to find my man and put a bullet in his head.
Мороз где-то рядом.
Climbing around that train, I must have swallowed 100 damn bugs before I reached
James'
that.
younger gang pulled the first train robbery west of the Mississippi.
Sounds like you hold them in high regard.
Everyone knows they were the most famous outlaw gang ever.
Then you took them all on by your lonesome. Again. I'm finding this all a little hard to swallow.
Well, maybe you need to wash it down with some whiskey. By the way, did I mention that that train was flying down those tracks like a bat out of hell?
Goddamn, Lord. I'm gonna cut you in two.
Глок с дробовиком.
Anyway, excuse me, Ben. Where would I find the
Извини,
general's
что-то там...
facilities? Suddenly I have an urgent need to drain my one-eyed snake. Well, I've had more than a few drinks, and I've been sitting here for quite a spell.
Right through there. Let me show
I
you.
never heard so much malarkey in my life.
You think he's bullshitting us?
You don't think he's Silas Greaves?
I think he's just some old dude looking for some free liquor.
I
Сомневается.
don't know, Jack. I think I believe him. You don't think he met Jesse James?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That story makes no sense at all.
Jack.
I mean, you gotta be 2 bricks short of a load to believe that cock and bull story.
I don't agree.
Jack, lay off the
But
bar.
you seriously think that tired old man went toe-to-toe with Jesse James?
Говно собачье. Вот блин. Сейчас опять эту душную историю слушать. Ха-ха-ха. Я поступил снова. Начать игру. История. Продолжить. Давай.
Of course, I didn't learn that until later. Anyway, I made my way forward the best I could. Around the sides, over the roof. At some point, some bitch saw me and shouted out, "It's a damn Pinkertons!" It's a damn Pinkertons! Now, I never worked for that lying cocksucker, but I guess they assumed I was one of his assassins. Those evil bastards firebombed Jesse's mother's house and killed his stepbrother.
Не туда! А не туда! Так, метом. Ты чё такое? Игра что-то меня... Игра что-то мне не хочет помогать. Ладно, подумать. Еще раз.
It was definitely safer on the inside of the train. Each and every asshole on that train wanted me dead.
Everybody's always mistaking you for somebody else, aren't they? Why is that, I wonder?
Don't rightly know, Jack. I'm just telling you how I remember it.
I bet you are.
Ага. Да что за херня происходит? Хорошо. Ага.
I came across a flat car piled high with logs and had to come up with a creative way to make my way forward. I wondered if I was ever going to find the front of that train, or the bastard I was after. Right about then, I was attacked by some asshole on a Gatling gun.
Yeah, seems like a lot of them.
Asshole?
Gatling guns.
Yes, I did. Now, I don't remember how I took it out. It was either a bullet or dynamite.
Where would you find dynamite?
Does it really matter, Jack? You're messing with the flow of the story here.
Да, гаденыша. Да, короче. Так не работает. Да, не работает так. Без рыночка. Выстрел в голову. Ваша песенка спета. Да, это было... Штучки, доберитесь до меня.
I was looking for Jim and shooting any son of a bitch stupid enough to get in my way. And that included Jesse James himself.
Одним словом.
There sure were a lot of men determined to die that day.
Рядом. На крыше, блин.
It was then that Jesse detached the express car from the rest of the damn train.
Бам!
I could see Jesse waiting
Он не отцепил, он нахрен сорвал.
so he could get away with all that money.
Опачки. Дуэльная поэзия.
with Jesse James?
Of course he didn't. Everybody knows that Jesse was killed by Bob Ford.
Yeah. Jesse went out like John Wesley Hardin. Coward shot him in the back of the head.
Guess it doesn't matter how far you run, does it, Ben? Your past always catches up with you.
В яичко ему попал.
didn't kill Jesse
Сука.
James. Just
Это
wounded him
было
bad
сложно.
enough to convince him to hang up his guns.
What about that Jim fella? What happened to him?
I figure he was up front with a gun to the engineer's head. That bastard slipped away again. I'll tell you how I got him. But first I need to wet my whistle.
Честно, зато убито. Первый раз в яичко попал. Яичко! Я бы дала, да? Да. Такое красивое. Погнали, погнали.
After my showdown with Jesse, I continued to track his brother, Frank, and that son of a bitch, Jim. I followed those bastards into the high mountains as they were going to ground.
What mountains would that be?
Somewhere in the Ozarks, I believe. Perfect place to hide out from the authorities.
На бегу неплохая фигня. Я не хочу с дробовиком ходить.
In fact, before I could find them, some Indians who fled the Reds and were hiding out from the military found me first.
А я не знал, какую кнопку нажимать. Вы погибли. Черти волосатые. Куда ты бежишь, черт вонючий? Бам!
Hey, about another whiskey, Ben?
На концентрацию, короче. Качивать. Wow.
Now, where was I? Indians, right. I had more than my share of run-ins with the red man. Like that time. Did I tell you about Grey Wolf?
Yes, sir. You did.
Ah, of course I did. In fact, I can still remember that old medicine man's words to me.
Jeez, I go back to that again.
You carry great darkness in your heart. It will claim your soul. You will come to this place again and kill many more men.
Сука.
And the darkness will grow until it consumes everything you are.
Did you ever find it? The man you are after.
Let me ask you something, Ben. You ever think about death?
Mr. Greaves, are you all right?
Ooh, death.
Смерть. О, смерть.
Won't you spare me over till another
Дай мне пожить еще год. Кто здесь? Никого не вижу. Колодцы их рук все ближе. Это смерть перед ней всяк и раб, и господин. Адаптация. Это смерть перед ней. Смерть.
Someone would pray. Could you wait to call me another day?
О, смерть, о, смерть.
Oh, death, won't you spare me over till another year?
So,
Неожиданно.
answer the question.
What question is that?
Jim Reed. Did you ever find it?
Reed was indeed that son bitch's surname. That's right, Ben. A despicable character. I remember him laughing like a hyena that cold morning they lynched me and my brothers. He was intent on avoiding my vengeance, but nothing was gonna stop me. Nothing.
Фрэнк Джеймс. У него фамилия Фрэнк или Джеймс? Или имя Фрэнк? Или имя Джеймс?
I finally did track those outlaws down. They had long rifles with scopes and were well positioned to pick off any poor soul who came anywhere close.
Сука, меткий тип получается. Стреляет как черт. Ага. Сейчас доберемся. Попал. Подержка. Подержка.
I'm guessing Frank James believed I was responsible for the demise of his brother Jesse. I couldn't really disagree with the man, as I thought Jesse was dead then as well. He backed off as I closed in on him, but he was still intent on killing me. And when I closed in on him again, he backed off again, looking for a better angle.
Попадешь в эту херню.
Hell, I can't fault Frank for wanting his revenge, as I was there for the same damn reason myself. At this point, I'm guessing you think Silas Greaves is a worse murderer than Jim Reed ever was.
No, sir.
A man who spent half his life killing somebody's brothers, fathers, sons.
I think you were just looking for justice, sir.
Is that what I was looking for in life? Is that what it was? Justice?
Isn't that why you were hunting the James gang?
The James gang. Right.
Нет!
Frank holed up in his mountain cabin, and he was determined to have me dead. It was a pitched battle that could have gone either way. Luckily, I had some dynamite in my possession.
Dynamite.
on your person?
A few sticks, just in case. It's always good to be prepared.
Right.
I'm just laying out the facts as I remember them, Jack.
И что делать с ним?
Got us a Brady pack. And that son of a bitch! Take him out! Just one man! Morons are slow as molasses. Gonna make you bleed. Lily liver bastard! Put him down! I want that bastard dead! Ready for a belly full of bloodshot?
That old shack? Well, it went tumbling right off that cliff.
Was Frank James still in it?
Yes, sir.
But Frank James is still alive, living in Missouri, showing folks around the family farm for 25 cents a tour.
I didn't say he died in the fall, now did I?
Ух ты.
I'm done with this damnable outlaw life! Kill me, don't kill me, do what you will! At this point, I just don't give a shit!
I explained to Frank that I had nothing against him personally and that I was looking for someone else.
You want Reed?
Пуля решит
Have
все.
at him! I never did like that bastard! I am done here!
Давай, Вестерн. Дуэль. Чел, дуэль.
We parted in peace as Frank pointed out the path to my prey before making his way back down the hill.
Чего? Нахер ты пошел, а? Уровень. Уровень.
So, what happened with Reed?
Well, I finally found the last of the gang hiding in a nearby cave. First, I had to dispatch the lookouts, as I was determined not to let that murderer escape my revenge again. But rather than wander in willy-nilly, I decided it would be better to smoke that son of a bitch out. Hey, Reed! I shouted. No wonder you're so ornery. Can't be easy being married to Belle Starr. While you're off providing for the family, she's spreading her legs for every Tom, Dick, and Cole Younger. Not an attractive woman exactly, but very friendly. At least she was to me.
Son of a bitch!
It was then that the last bunch of bandits jumped out of hiding.
Why won't this asshole give up? Will someone please kill him?
just me and Reed.
Чё, отрикошетило? Это что за
I
хер?
had waited a long time to face him down, so I could repay him for what he did to my brothers.
Нихера он резкий. Увернулся. Увернулся. Сейчас попробуем. Сука!
And repay him I did.
Убил ублюдка. Все, погнул, блин. Блин. Это потная кака была. Рона, что ли? Говнюк он, а? Рука аж спотела.
Well, I don't know about you boys,
Ух, не знаю,
but
как компания, я подустал.
Well, it's too damn bad you never found that Bob character.
Я сейчас прикажу, я сейчас
Seems a
устал за
shame you
слов.
never had to pay.
Well, funny thing about that, I did have one more chance at him.
Затем.
6 months ago, I heard that Butch and Sundance were back in the States and had gathered up some of their old gang. I tracked them down, hoping that Roscoe Bob Bryant had returned with them.
So you're saying they didn't die down in Bolivia?
That's what I'm saying.
Бог создал людей, а Уитон Смесон уравнял их. А, не, Кольт уравнял их. Не. Технический перерыв, просто 4-й час идет сейчас на покакать уже. Игру скачал 0 просмотров. Сука.
40 years I had waited to get my hands on the last of my brother's killers. Not even an army of demons could have stopped me now.
Ты сука. И чё, всё?
Both Johnny Ringo and Jim Reed fell fairly quickly. But the last one, Roscoe Bob Bryant, that son of a bitch managed to escape my vengeance time and time again. I couldn't even be certain I'd recognize him after all those years.
Кто еще стреляет?
By now, he had to be close to 70.
For all you know, he could have been dead.
That thought had indeed crossed my mind, as did others. For instance, did my vengeance turn me into something worse than the man I was after? By this point in my storied career, I had killed more men than Bob Bryant ever had. I was furious as hell at that bastard for making me who I am. A man with no family, no friends. Nothing could stop me from taking his life. I'd been after that killer forever. From the time I rode with Billy the Kid. But that chapter of my story you already know.
Chapter of that fairy tale, you mean?
Suddenly it was 1910. There I was, an old man roaming a ghost town dead almost 2 decades.
Так.
Town was falling apart.
Лошади и люди.
But I wasn't about to call it quits.
Реакция. Мысли. Ладно, допустим.
Even though the ghosts of my dead brothers were begging me to end what I started so long ago.
Mr. Graves, are you all right? Would you like some water?
The Wild Bunch knew.
Мне кажется, он чай там напивается и говорит, уже не в
They
себе.
had hidden before they fled, buried in the grave of a dead amigo. Some folks think the town is haunted, so they figured there wouldn't be many people poking around. I intended to fill that grave with Bob Bryant's corpse.
Ух ты, блин.
But like I said, the bandits knew I was onto them. They lured me in and hit me with everything they had.
Я, подожди. Допустим. Пошел ты нахер.
But you obviously prevailed since you're sitting here telling us the tale.
naturally, in that moment, I did not prevail.
So I suppose we're talking to a ghost.
Funny you should put it like that, Jack.
И что было?
Because when I woke up,
достало.
Dead?
there was silence all around me. I could swear to God I saw Billy then.
Billy who?
Billy, the kid. William Bonney. He was shooting at me from a rooftop.
Я уже сам не особо понимаю, что происходит.
Here, there, even over there.
So I am right. You are titched in the head.
Mr. Greaves, perhaps we should switch you to coffee?
You see that old Indian again, too?
No, but I did see Billy's killer. Patrick Floyd Garrett. He came at me guns a-blazing.
Чего?
But I knew that old war horse had died 2 years before. I wondered if maybe I was dead too and confronting the ghosts of my past.
Какие нахер призраки?
Coming back to haunt me and drag me down to
Мои
perdition.
грехи возвращаются.
I saw Henry Plummer throw
Нихера грехи возвращаются.
in the gates of the cemetery. I saw John Wesley Hardin, just like I remember him.
Стеной. Быстрей.
Robert Ollinger appeared with his terrible double-barrel shotgun. But no ghost army was stopping me.
My father-in-law got hit.
Дурень совсем спрыгнул уже.
He spent the rest of his life talking to dogs.
Это кладбище.
Newman Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead. Newman Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead. Newman Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead.
Ты где?
The Dalton brothers, Robert and Grattan, guardians of the Garden of the Dead. George Curry and Harvey Logan, alias Kid Curry, both thirsty for vengeance from the great beyond. Jesse, Woodson, James, and Jim
Да
Reed.
ты чё, вообще
Each one
крышей
bitter than
поехал?
the next. I thought I would go crazy.
thought.
Finally, I saw Harry Alonzo Longabaugh.
Вообще крыша поехала.
Like a general leading his legion of the dead.
You told us before that you've seen him alive.
He was alive.
Да пошел ты нахер. Я не понял.
Call to me from afar. It was Robert Leroy Parker, a.k.a. Butch Cassidy, coming at me from out of the fog.
Thanks for taking care of that bastard.
Вонючая дуэль. Я завалил. Динамит. Все решает. Хороший, плохой, мертвый.
But the kid wasn't quite deceased. Not yet.
Takes more than one little bullet
Сейчас
to
будет
kill the
пить.
likes of me, partner.
Those two looked like they hadn't seen each other for quite a while. Clearly, they were no longer amigos.
Тройная дуэль. Тройная
I
дуэль.
wouldn't have to kill you. You won't have to, Butch. I'm killing you first.
I asked them about Bob Bryant, but they were too busy with their own heated conversation.
Капец.
This shit straight. You want my money and the love of my life? You frittered it all away, Butch. Eda's mine. So is that damn money.
I didn't want to shoot anybody until I had an answer to my question, but those boys didn't give me much of a choice.
Фу. Мексиканские дуэли используются для переключения фокуса противника, который смотрит на вас. Охренеть, мексиканцы дуэль. Да как это, сука, пройти-то? Началось. Ага. Сука же ты, а? Я сейчас ушибу что-то, блядь. Погнали снова. Продолжим. Началось.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid died there in that cemetery not 6 months ago.
Вот так вот. Мексиканская дуэль. Эпилог. Вот так все и было.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid were killed by the Bolivian army. Everybody knows that.
That's the legend, but it ain't the truth.
So, you never found Bob?
There is no Bob. This old sumbitch ain't even Silas Greaves.
Sir, is that true? Have you been pulling our legs this whole time?
Возвращено все
Not
время.
the whole time.
Oh,
Не
man,
все время.
I think you've worn out your welcome here.
Maybe you're right, Jack. Maybe it's time to pay. You see, Ben, or should I say Bob, your past always catches up with you.
Он выследил этого чувака. Сейчас шелопнули.
I was a different man back then, crazy. Drinking, I've changed my ways, I swear to you. If I could turn back the clock,
But you can't, Bob.
Боб. Выберите свою судьбу. Месть.
Why'd you toy with me like that? Telling those tales, knowing all along. Why not just lay your cards on the table?
Here. I won't have it said that I left you with nothing.
That's how you want it? So be it.
Вот и все. Дуэль.
Right, Molly, move against that wall. Go!
И правила, чел.
Damn lion drifter.
Подожди. Такая игра. Вот и все. Такие правила. Я пришел сюда за этим.
Did you know it was him all along?
Он сразу знали был.
Cassidy told me Bob was an
Кэссиди рассказал мне, что Боб осел от бетоне. Я не был уверен, что Бен тот, кто мне нужен.
The coin, of course. Well, that was the last nail in that particular coffin.
I better go get the sheriff.
You okay, boy? You're looking mighty shook up.
Dwight, maybe you best go home. Young Eisenhower here is leaving for West Point tomorrow. He shouldn't get caught up in something like this.
I think I might head out myself at this juncture. Unless you want to stop me, Jack.
No, sir, Mr. Greaves.
So where are you going now? Now that you had your revenge?
Doesn't really matter, does it? As I've sold my soul for it, and will never again walk with those I have lost.
Жалко, продолжения не будет. Блин. Кайф. Вообще. Все супер, все здорово. Да. За 4,5 часа прошел игру. Охренеть. Жалко на 2013 года. И больше не было продолжения. Капец. Вот это игры раньше делали. Вот это игры раньше делали. Вот это да. А тут новая игра. Окей. Доступен я. Вообще супер, все здорово, все круто. Все просто замечательно. Спасибо, кто смотрел меня. Спасибо, кто не смотрел меня. Спасибо, не спасибо. И до новых волнующих встреч на моем душном канале.